Hello, hello. All right. Hope everybody's doing well today. Is a good day indeed. Going to be doing some of the Swarf links that we've got here. So we've got these as well as the blue ones. So I'm going to be trying to get, one one done of each. So that is the plan. Um, I got a new toy. So it came in the mail, so I'm pretty excited about it. I've been looking at one of these for quite a while. Looking at one of these for quite a while. But it's not until, I guess, today that finally actually went for, or not today, but, earlier this week went for it. And I got it yesterday, but I had other things that I was doing, so I wasn't able to, you know, really take advantage of it. But let me get the other camera over here. Let's see. Actually, I'll just hop over there. Anywho, hope everybody's doing well, having a good day, having some fun. It is Friday. Let me check this. Doop, boop. Yep. Good enough. Yeah, that'll work. Well enough, at least. Yeah. Studio. All right. So we got brown paper in a box here. I'll make sure I don't have any sensitive information. And there is the sensitive information. Shall move this. This is what we're going for right now. So I saw this a while back. Somebody had shown it to me, and it is basically for a metal lathe carriage. It is a mod, not a mod. Is it a mod? I guess you can call it a modification, um, or an addition to. So, as you may or may not know, the tailstock takes a long time to wind in and out when you're doing a lot of drilling like that. However, this will put it on the carriage, and then you can use a larger wheel, and it'll make it be able to move in and out quite a bit faster. So I'm really quite excited about it. I think this was about 120, $130 or something like that. This looks really nice. Got it on eBay. Yeah, I think that's where my wife got it. I just found what it was that I was looking for, uh, and then asked her to get it for me. So we're going to check a 1/2 inch here. Conveniently, I've got a 1/2 inch brass here, and it does fit. So it fits a 1/2 inch nicely. It's a keyless chuck as well, which is really nice. I do tend to like that more than anything. All right, let's start turning dials and messing with stuff and see what this actually does. I don't know what this is. Oh, what is that? Oh, you know what that is? That's to get it centered. Yeah, I bet that's what that is. That's to get it centered. Let's take a look. Uh, let's see. Separate one. Mounts in the tool holder squarely. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's an alignment pin. That's what I thought. Cool. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and get this set up over here. Alrighty. I'll swing the camera around. There we go. Let's just tilt this a bit. Let's see. How about some of that? Sweet. All right. Well, this is going to connect onto basically a one of these, the 25002 components for the metal lathe here. Just have to find one that I'm going to do that with. Okay, that'll work. And we've got one right here. Get my Allen wrenches. It'll be a good day. Man, this is really going to expedite some stuff, I tell you. Let's see. Let's get this camera over here going. That'd be better. Yeah, that's good. We don't need that. Always. Always have that up. Let's see. Okay. That's good enough. Okay. That's what we're doing right now, anyways. Bing, bada, boom. Pop it over a little bit more. There we go. That's good. I gotta take this out first. Gotta take this one out. But yeah, I've been looking forward to one of these things for quite a while. I was kind of torn between whether I was going to get like a turret system, but I don't think my lathe is large enough to facilitate a turret system. Um, so this was a different thing that I saw that I think will make a difference here. Let's see. Let's take a look. Gonna back it off just a little bit more here. And then we'll go ahead and actually clean it out too. Let's see. Let me try one of my other views here. Yes. Okay, so you just need to flip this around. 1 second. Let me see if I can flip this over. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. There we go. That's pretty good. Now you'll be able to see what I'm working on over here. Okay. And just like that, it'll go right on. So got this component, and it's just going to seat right into it, the carriage. Man, it's kind of exciting. A little like Christmas. Okay. Got this. Go ahead and set you in there. Get this. I'm gonna back this up a bit. Yep. Okay. So nice and centered. Then we're gonna get these pressed in. Can already tell we're going to need to come down a bit, which is okay. This thing is going to be cool. Alrighty, come on now. There. And then this little guy here, oh, this way, is going to be for this to go into the chuck here. Oh, you know what I could have done? Shoot. Nah, we'll leave it like this. It's going to have to move. Well, let me think. If this is like that, and this has to go all the way over this way, I should probably move this a little that way without having to move the y-axis. Yeah. Good thing I got these all tightened down. Not super tight, but we shall see. I'm just gonna shimmy it over just a little bit. That way I don't have to go as far. Jeez. Almost there. Man, that would have taken a long time to get there. Okay. We'll just pop this guy off for now. Don't need you right there. How far can you go? I guess you can go pretty decently far. Yeah. Okay. We're going to go like that. Okay. This needs to pop over here a bit. Okay. So those are good. This is set up pretty well. I'm going to back it off right quick. This, there we go. Good enough. All right. Need to come over just a little bit. Oh, geez. Gonna have to come down a bit as well. Getting this thing dialed in is not going to take too long, but just a moment. That'll make it a little lower. Let's see. Okay, I don't think we can go any lower here, which is fine. that on the wrong way. All right, that is not a deep channel. Doesn't go down. Stays there. Alrighty, yeah. This won't go down any further. We're just gonna lock it right there. Lock you. You set. Tighten this down. Okay. So that's just to keep it up and down. That way it consistently goes back to there. Yep. And then it'll lock. Cool. This and here. Urgh. Getting there. All right, now we can move that back, no problem. And tighten these in. That's good. So the goal with this is to be able to quickly move the carriage and then be able to swap drill bits faster, which will help when going to do multiple different bits, you know? Okay. Now, need the other. This back. Put your tools back where they were. We don't lose them. Hey. What? Well, now. Of course, it's got to be a different size. Let's see. That's right. Okay. There we go. That tightening? Oh, weird. Okay. Backwards. Move this back. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's cool too. Can move that back and forth a little bit. That'll be nice. Actually move it this way so I can bring it more back. Okay, in we go. Oh, a little bit this way. All right, we got a good amount of play. So we're just going to kind of use that to grab a hold of there. Yes. Okay, now kind of see that we're this looks like it needs to go that way a little bit. There we go. Okay. Much better. Okay. Just going to lock this in. Lock this in. Not an ideal Allen wrench that I've got here. The other size didn't want to fit. Okay. Good enough. So every time I take this off and put it back on, it should go right back to where I want it to. See? Here's the piece. It's like that. And then you just gotta gently go back down. And then we'll move it, forward or backwards. Line it up to here, where it should be making contact with. Oh, it's still pointed up just a little bit, and that's not good. It's making contact on the two top, so it's not forward and backwards. It is, well, it's just a little up. So let's see. I got a little space, a little bit more space. Okay. Just a little bit more right here and there. And of course, when I do this, it's going to have to get everything reset. There we go. Okay. Go back in. Get this in. Oh. Let's lock this back in here. Okay. Need to come up. There we go. Go ahead and grab that. This is good. It's not moving up or down, but it is still free, so it's pretty good. We'll lock this one first this time. It shouldn't move. You're getting new things set up. It's one of those things where it's like, you don't want to set it up, but once you know that when you do, you'll be glad that you did. So there is a little bit of that. Okay. Gonna go with that. Let's take a look. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's still pointed up just a tad. Okay, it'll probably just fix itself when I'm doing a little bit of drilling. It'll be okay. All right, now that we're out here, go ahead and snug these the rest of the way down. Come on. All right. All right. Go. There's that. Boop. And a little magnet holding it in right there. That's pretty cool. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Okay. We're going to play with that here in just a minute. We'll go ahead and take a look at the blanks that we're going to be using today. Oh yeah, look at that. Here's a close view of these blanks. So I got the blue ones cut up and these cut up. I'm only going to make two. This is going to stay off to the side. So one of my concerns about these is you can see how wonky they are. They're kind of crooked, and this one's even a little bit twisted. So it's kind of going to be interesting. But I am going to go ahead and get them center marked, center-ish marked, and then going to get them turned around, and then we'll come back to the metal lathe and clean them the rest of the way up. And then we'll pop them in for a final trim. So we're working with a consistent diameter. Yeah. Let's see. Let's hop over here. Spin this back around. Get this reset. Boop. Nope. So, anybody got big plans for the weekend? Sorry. Don't have any company. It's lonely. Lonely times. That's okay. I'm going to be doing this anyways. It's a good Spotify playlist. Anybody got ideas? You go for a good Spotify playlist. I mean, DJX does his best, but it's only so good, you know? Oh, man. Marker. Straight edge. So the cool thing about, sorry, we'll hop over here. Let's take a look at camera. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, crap. All right. We just did this. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. I'm going to drop this down just a bit here. We'll see. We'll see. Other way. It's inverted now. Oh, crap. Why? Why? My brain doesn't want to do this. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Good enough. Hold what you got, Airborne. Okay. Let's see. I'll tilt this just a little bit more. I think that way. Whatever. We need to go way more. No, this way. There we go. That's why it didn't look right. That's right. I put it right here. Man, I need to cut the volume. Go here. Go here. Here we are. There. Cool. All right, where were we? Center mark these. Yep. So the cool thing about these in particular is because we only use like a translucent, that means that we don't have to worry about offsetting for any of the settled pigments or anything like that, which is pretty awesome, because that's sometimes just kind of annoying. And then sometimes you still, even if you do deliberate offset like that, turn it around, you'll notice that there's significant settling that occurred, which is, not as fun. But if it's one that you wanted to see done, then you just press forward. Man, I don't know about this one. These are going to be really wonky. Hopefully they will be good enough. We'll see how it's turning and see if we can take a look at the the phantom spinning. Basically, that'll show you the general outline of what it is that you're doing, or what will be left, rather. I think I can show that on camera, but I'm not positive on that. Oh, I don't even know if you were able to see that. What? Didn't even look. Okay. Got that. Now, grab your drill. And then, I'm going to get a center start bit. So, for my bit, you can see that I broke the little tip off. It's supposed to have a little tip, but this side broke off. I was drilling into metal, and it kind of went around a little bit, and then it just broke it right off, which was really weird. So I'm doing this so I can be able to hold it between centers so I can turn it around. I just find that to be the easiest way to turn, square blanks into round, and then be able to work with them on the metal lathe from there. But I know other people probably have their own ways of doing things, and I only have a 3-jaw chuck on my metal lathe, so that's why I don't bother doing it on my metal lathe, because there's 4 sides on a square, you know. A 3-jaw chuck ain't gonna do very well with that. Let's see. Here's my dead center. And then move this here. Come on now. Shouldn't take too long to go through all of these. Okay. Let me take a look at something right quick. Okay. Well, let's see. Let me do something right quick here. What in the heck, man? All right, got to call in the big guns. 1 second. I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go ahead and get that camera sorted here as well. Okay, let's see what we got here. Which way are you going to go? Oh, crap. Come on. My brain does not want to do what I've got to do here. There we go. Okay. And we are on 3. Okay, okay. Good, good. Okay, we'll hop on this one here. Oh, weird. I think I want to flip. There we go. That'll be good. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a look at this and see what it looks like when we're okay. Okay. That's kind of what I was talking about right here. You see it kind of wonky. Okay, let's take a look at it. You might have to be spinning a little faster. But it looks like if you take a look, you can see like the outer corners, and then you can see that like cylinder, kind of phantom cylinder in the middle. Um, that'll more or less be the yield, I'm thinking, for what it is I'm going for. All right, 1 second. All righty. Okay. Okay, cool. Do some of this action here. And crap. Need to move this over. Boom. Okay. Bing, bada, boom. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This. Uh-huh. Boom, boom. Pro. Have a little sippy in my bevy here. It's good. It's good stuff, man. All right. Here we go. All right, Morty. Your time has come. Need you to be working. Apologies if it is loud. It shouldn't be too loud though. There you go. Yeah, right. Probably have to tighten this down. That's the first time. Do it. Knew it was gonna come. Get to know in a bit. So you can absolutely tell with resin if you are spinning consistent circles without any interruptions because it will be noodles coming off in long streams rather than all the different pieces. So still feel that a little bit there. Not going for perfect, I'm going for good enough because I'm going to take it over to another lathe. So it's a moment and 2 minute flush. But we can take a look and see what it looks like. Sweet. Okay, we only have one kind of flat surface that, as long as it is only one flat surface, we're not overly concerned with that because our jaws can grab here, and then split the diff on that. So, no problem. Okay. Do some of this. There we go. Okay. One flat surface, no biggie. We're going to switch blanks here. And that is sufficient despite it being, you know, a little twisted, which is pretty awesome. No big dealio. All right, so we're going to repeat the process a few more times. Get it nice and set in there. I'm going to do the same thing. If you take a look at the, again, you can take a, yeah, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see the cylinder in the middle there. You will end up with something kind of like that. So it's a gauge, a guesstimate. It's not exact, but it's a way for you to see if you need to adjust round to make sure that you end up having enough material for whatever you're trying to do. There's a couple ways to turn blades around, and I haven't decided which one I think. So I just think it's but you can go a little deeper and take more material off if you're going slower or at a slower pace. But the other thing is you can go faster and take shallower cuts. Because if you try to take deep cuts and go fast at the same time, what you're going to end up with is you're going to stop the blend. Because I'm using 250-degree lights. That's in the lighting. Working on this, different things that I'm thinking about is orientation that I'm going to go take it over to the metal lathe and kind of work on trimming it down to the diameter and the diameter that I left over for the different components. So basically, I want the thicker blank to be the cap, and then because it'll be the cap, it'll only be about 3 inches or so. Then I can have potential for another section, and then the body is going to be about 3.5 to 4 inches, which means that I can have about 1.25 inches left over for another section, because sections are more of the more complicated things, but and using 2 blanks gives you a little bit of redundancy. I mean, you could also do a lot of other things. You can make a different section with that particular one, and some people do that, and when they're sending pins to clients, they would make 2 different sections. One that would be fit for like a Joe on number 6, and the other one will be fit for a box, which is a pretty clever thing to do. However, something that I have found is that people typically prefer box or Joe more often than not, or it's even possible that they don't have a preference. So it's one of those things. Sometimes you can offer too many things. That creates a different type of problem. So that's something that I guess keep in mind business-wise when you're doing things like that. But sometimes you can offer too many items, and it just becomes overwhelming for somebody, especially if they're not familiar with handmade, custom, bespoke, or shipment, for that matter. They just don't really know enough about it, and they get bombarded with 100 different options. Like, oh, I like this color, but I like this, and I like this. I've heard people talk about this, and it can really get overwhelming. So it's one of those things where you have to find the right balance that works for you and the market that you're in. Okay. Oh, making move. That's nice. Okay, this is going to be cool. I don't know if I'm going to end up sanding the inside of this one, but it's definitely going to end up being a translucent or transparent. So you can pretty well see through it, especially once imagining once I cut it deeper. Definitely will have that. Oh, that one looks a little offset. It's all right though. It shall be sufficient, I would say. Okay, it's the last one I've got to do. Be nice. For the little shadow that I was talking about, you can see it a little bit more on this side than that side. Well, I guess a larger diameter, I mean. It's a little bit taller on this side than this side because the blank is actually kind of like this. It's a little larger on the left than it is on the right, and you can kind of see that. That's pretty neat. Mhm. I think the goal here. It's always really satisfying when I can start from one end and go all the way across without any skips and slips or anything like that. But sometimes I feel that I'm getting like a little impatient or push too hard. Won't be cutting deep enough or the angle will change or something like that. And then it'll kind of slip. But that was a good one right there. Good one. Nice. And we're almost there. Another thing that I like to do is accumulate a bunch of square blanks, and when I change my carbide tip, my round carbide tip, I'll use that to kind of dull the tip a little bit because I don't like it when it's super sharp. I know some people really like it when it's sharp, but I don't like it super sharp. Like if you touch it, it just yeah, just like I can kind of touch it. It takes a little bit of pressure. That's how I like it. I don't like it like I don't know how to describe it. Barely touching it. I don't like to dig in crazy. I just don't like that. I like having to push in just a little bit. There is a temperature consideration. It gets hot. So there is a little bit of that. Oh, that's fine. Okay, let's take a look at what we got. All right, infinity hack, you know, Swarf blanks. Then you turn them, then you make more Swarf, then you recast them. Infinity hack, you know. It's fun. Okay, let me turn Morty off. Morty is my dust collection. I know it doesn't look like it's doing much, but it is still collecting the dust. Uh, so there is that. I'm gonna hit the vacuum right quick. So I like a clean white space. A cleanness, let's say. I also find vacuuming quite satisfying when you have such a big mess. Anybody else? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I also find that it is satisfying to sweep big messes too. So, that's great. Right. We don't need to get through all that mess. I'm going to come back and make more of a mess anyway. Alrighty. Let's see. We'll pop this bad boy off. Let me switch camera views right quick. I got to reposition this to over there. And then reconfigure just a little bit. That's good enough. If you were here towards the beginning, I got a new tool, which is really cool. I'll show you here in just a second. Let me finish getting this set up here. Almost though. Oh, there we go. Come on, here we go. we're actually going to extend this. I mean this. Now this camera setup, I gotta say, is pretty cool. It's a pretty cool setup, but it can be a pain to adjust on the fly. So I will say that. Pretty cool setup though. Let's see. Now that I got it all set up, I'm gonna mess it up again, just a little bit. But yeah, what we're gonna do once I get this set up, I'm pointing it at my metal lathe, and then once I get that set up, then what's going to happen is I'm going to trim the blanks so they're all the same diameter. They're not the same diameter necessarily. They don't have to be. They just need to be consistent. So that's the main thing, is it needs to be the appropriate diameter and not wonky. So that's what we're going to do. And then that'll work. There we go. All right, so you can see, almost done. All right, good enough. Good enough, I think. Yeah, forget it. This is the new tool that I got. So it's a chuck that is connected to the carriage, a Jacob's chuck mod that goes onto the carriage. And my thoughts behind it is it's going to make it faster to be able to drill. At least that's my thought. We'll have to see if that actually works like I hope. Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. But that's the hope. Anywho, let's see. But yeah, it's a keyless chuck, which I think is really cool. It's not heavy duty. It's made out of aluminum. I think it's just machined out of aluminum, but this is pretty nice. So we'll have to see what kind of what it can handle. This is, let's see, 1/32 to 1/2 inch, which is pretty cool. It's got plenty of capability to hold the drill bits that I would need. Let me get this back over there. Alrighty. Okay. Let's get some light. Aha. That's nice. All right. So because I'm not using that yet, I'm gonna back this back off. Let me zoom out this camera just a tad. Or how about that? Yeah. That's pretty good. All right. Gonna move this. It's good. Okay. Okay. Let's put this back on. All righty. I have to be dancing around this camera here. Let's see. Fortunately, most of this will just kind of be running. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this isn't like exactly a specific measurement that we're going for initially here. We're just going to smooth it out. And the way that I do it is obviously with a metal lathe, but I use a Phillips head drill bit because I do have like a spur center like this, but it's not the, it won't work because I'm trying to get it all round, all smooth. And you can see that this is quite a bit bigger than the blank, so that won't work. And, this is the solution that I came up with to address that. So we'll see. Well, I already know it works, so you will see, I suppose. Okay. And then the carriage is going to back off a bit more. And then we're going to, I'm going to choose this side here. Back her off. Once you get this set in place, then you won't really need to do it anymore, which is, kind of a nice thing. So that'll be pretty nice once we get that set. There we go. That's nice. Heck yeah. All right, now we're just going to crank this bad boy down. Hey, man, it's all good. You shouldn't be late, all right? You got to be here on time. I know my schedule's not published anywhere, but I need you to just, read my mind, okay? So we're doing some Swarf blanks. This is going to be pretty good, I would say. So I just want to make sure that should be pretty good. All right, I'm gonna have the vacuum running, so apologies for the sound. But welcome. Good to see you again, my friend. That'll be good. That's that. Lock. Oh, I'm gonna get it cranked up. For this, you definitely don't want to go too deep on the cut because it could potentially take it and then kind of stab it a little deeper than you'd like for it to go. But it looks good right now. This is kind of the spot that I was really worried about. Hopefully, yeah, we're looking good. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you, Lauren. It is kind of throwing me off, though, with Henry. I'm not Henry, right? You're not Henry. Or you don't go by Henry. One of those. That's nice. Okay. So right here, it looks like it's sunk in just a tiny bit, but that's not a big deal because we'll be grabbing it elsewhere. All right, that one is good. And take a look and see the largest part here. But how have you been? I haven't streamed in a little bit. I was doing a little innovating. And then I also got a new toy for the lathe. I just picked this little guy up. It mounts into in place of the cutter here. So I'm pretty excited about that. I won't have to be using the tailstock or the dial on the back of the tailstock here. So hopefully that'll make the drilling process a little faster. At least that's the goal. Okay. Get it going. That's a little bit. Yeah, I've been doing some stuff, man. One of the things I was working on is a Jowo 5-pin. And I've got it almost ironed out, so I'm pretty excited about that. Still have a little bit more work to do on it, but sometimes I like to put my project down and think about it, and then come back to it. I'm gonna do another run on this one. Here, just finish this. Okay, it's the flat side that I was talking about. We're gonna get that. It's a little bit more uniform here. That could be perfect. All right. So how did I forgot what you called the tons of points on the star called, but I thought you were working on that last time you and I were talking, or you finished one of them up and you were working on another one with something. That's good enough. Okay. All right. There's just a tiny little flat spot right there, and that is completely avoidable. So I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, let's take a look. Where's the enough? I'm gonna have to reposition the camera, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Hey. I'm gonna have to do 2 runs on this one probably as well. That is okay. John, how you doing, man? Been a bit. Still in what, the northwest? Hey, hey! Oh, we got Lawrence and Sean in the house. And John. Getting ready to work some crazy hours, huh? Uh-oh. I bet you probably have a lot of stuff going on now with the craziness between, North Carolina and Florida and other areas in the east that have been hit by the storms. Pretty wild. Let's see, how are we looking? That's good enough. Come on, not too deep. Come on. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, all Florida claims. That's rough, man. Yeah, that's crazy. I think maybe later today, or at some point in the near future, we'll be doing like a fundraiser pin that will be going out. Um, I don't know exactly when. At least got the beat on that, but it's a pretty cool one. I think I made it on stream. It was a pastel prism from a square, and this is sufficient for what I am doing. But, now, why would they do a thing like that? This one I kind of didn't really do a good job on the wood lathe at least. That's all right. I've got a little bit of this to help me through it up. You know, something that I thought that my wife told me about, rather, I didn't think about it. It's more like I had never thought about it. But my wife was telling me about how, like, toxic the water is because it's flooding everything and it's got all the different things that were on the ground and all the things that the flood picks up and accumulated. And it's weird because I mean I never really thought about that. So some people are getting like rashes and stuff from the water, which is bummer, a little bit bummer. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that about the cat-free water. That was not something that we did much with. Yeah, the water conditions is not really anything I spent much time on, that is, in the mill. Which, maybe is not right, but I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. How are we sounding? We sounding okay? Your dad's working in your shop. Oh man. Is he enhancing it? Making it even better? Putting in insulation. That'll be nice for the winter. That'll definitely be nice for the winter. Insulation. Yeah, I'm still rocking the bare bones stuff on on the walls out here in the garage. So a little bummer, but it is what it is. I'm gonna do a little repositioning right quick again, so I can actually. Hmm. Almost. Okay. Is to keep heat out? Oh man. All right. Well, I mean, insulation serves both purposes, doesn't it? All righty. Where are we gonna be? We'll put it right here. It has been pretty cool in the mornings here, which is nice. I've been taking advantage of it and walking with the dogs and riding the motorcycle, logging some miles on my bike. Alrighty, there we go. That's pretty good. Oh, it's only supposed to be 101? That's not bad. That sounds miserable. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Oh man, me too. Uh, the only thing that I guess that kind of affected my family would be my wife's parents' property, so the in-laws' property. Only work a few hours in the morning. I work all the time. Always working. The garage flood again. It tried to. It tried to. I have since built a dam, and I am pretty sure that it's coming from the side of the house where it's accumulating along the side, and then it's gonna kind of washing in. So wasn't really able to do that. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate that, Lawrence. We are in a good position. Um, I would say there is. It's. I haven't looked at the route that this upcoming one is going, but um, hopefully it won't be a bad thing. Or but yeah, it's very unfortunate for the people that are affected by it, and um, we're trying to think what we can do to help, because at the end of the day, some people are like, oh, well, just give them money. Well, I mean, money's a good thing, don't get me wrong, but at some point it's like, well, you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have anybody to pay to do anything, because they're all tapped and doing stuff for all kinds of other things. So it's a weird conundrum, I would say. Because yeah, money's great and all, but um, some people, they don't they don't need money. They need more hands and people to help them. So it is a very interesting thing, I would say. But um, and then there's also the element of you know people going there to try and help, and they're just kind of getting in the way because they don't really know what to do to help. So it's like, Well, what do you want me to do? So I don't know. It's a weird position, I would say. Most of them rebuilt. Oh, that's rough. Yeah. So, oh, whoops. Let's do some of this. Let's so check this out. Jacob's chuck that goes onto the carriage. And then here's the center. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. But what can you do, you know? I'm gonna turn this off. Make sure we're centered here. That's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, and then another family friend actually, um, their um, their cabin up in up in the mountains got flooded, and the rivers were 20 feet higher than normal, which was crazy. 20 feet higher, which that's insane. Yeah. I was watching a I was watching a I was watching a no, go away. I was watching a thing about people trying to help others in Asheville, and you know, they were saying, no, go help the other person. I think they need help more than I do, and it was just that over and over again. People just trying to, if people are out there trying to help, they're just sending them to, go help the next people and then go help the next people. So I think it's more of, if I had to guess, it seems like that they're still working on, processing that it happened, that their life has been completely changed, in the matter of a brief period of time. So it's really unfortunate. But and not to mention the people that were um, unable to leave and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. All righty. So what we are going to do is that's going to be a cap. Let's see, where are we? A cap holder. Okay. Let's see, got that, got this, and this is what I need. All right, now we get to try it. Ooh, cutting it close. Almost don't have enough room. Well, I guess with how far the blank is out. Okay. So, there we go. Oh, Sean, you're right. So, one of the upcoming projects that I've already placed my big order. What I'm going to be doing is I've actually got a lot of pieces of wood that I've been accumulating, and the plan is to um, um, turn all of the different types of wood. I'm going to be turning them into pins. So I'm going to be sleeving them, and I placed a like a $300 order for ebonite, and the goal is going to be make every piece of wood, or every type of wood rather, that I can. So, but you were right. I do. I need to make some wood pins. Um, but yeah, I don't want to talk about how expensive some of that some of that stuff was. Huh. Okay. Problem number one with this is I can't tap it the same way. I don't think, which is fine. Make your storyboard out of wood. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. What kind of storyboard? Oh, why? So you can use it too? I I think I like it like that. I don't know. I don't know if I like this or not. We'll see. Next is going to be the cap. So still need to tap it. You need that for the cap. Okay, here we go. Hmm. I'm lost. I'm lost. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Oh! Woo, that's a tight fit right there. But we still fit, dang it. All right. We just got to loosen it up. That's dangerously close. So I need to go ahead and face this right quick. All right. Still getting used to this because I've only used it like you're looking at my next rep. There we go. Nope, by the way. So they'll get, where's it again? Storyboard. You know what I need? You know what I need? I need uh a new place with a new workshop. That's what we want. Ooh, here's an idea. All right, I don't know if this is going to work well or not, but what I'm going to try is actually engage the carriage on the lead screw here. Oh, we're working. It's really slow. I'm going to build up a lot of heat doing that. But it did work. So that's interesting. But the house is okay. Well, so with this, I can do that, but I can't tap it. So drilling, this is nice. Tapping is a different story. I gotta think about that one. How I'm going to solve that one. But I'd say that drilling has been, quite simple. A lot of times I'd be spending a lot of time just moving this thing back, it's kind of ridiculous. So I guess we'll just do that a little later. Just a little later, I reckon. And this is good. Well, this definitely moves forward and backwards a lot faster. Okay. Okay, so with the barrel, actually, this is going to be more problematic than I had hoped for. All right. Of course. I get a new toy, and then I got to find all the problems with it. Dang it. Why can't I just have a toy that has no problems? We're gonna French cleats. French cleats. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. Okay, nice and easy. Back her out. And there we go. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what's happening here. That's not ideal. Okay, I got an idea. Well, first things first, for this idea to actually happen, I need to find Hey, I appreciate it, Lawrence. Uh, I do apologize. This is a little bit of a non-standard uh, thing for me because I just got this new toy that I wanted to try out. But I'll post some pictures once I get it all done. Let's see. I'm looking for this thing. Here we go. Now this will only work, I think, for the 10. Yeah. Okay. So we can start it. Hold on. Hold your horses now. Gotta get up in here, hit this. A little bit of that action, a little bit of this action. Okay, get that set. Get you spinning. It's a little bit. Good. Drop that back. Okay. Now, here we go. You know, it might not work, okay? It might not work, which will be a bummer, but I don't know. I don't know. So, a part of me is thinking that if I were to engage the spindle here, and then I put it into gear on the lead screw, I am almost positive that I don't have the correct ratio set up. So I'm thinking one of two things. One, I can just start it and then use this manually to, you know, let it ride the rest of the way back in, or see if the carriage will just go. So I'm hoping that the carriage will just go. So we're going to move it nice and slow and see if that'll happen. Come on, baby. Oh! Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, it's not engaged, so it is just moving, which is cool. Okay. Let's see if we can power feed it. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, come on. That's all right. That's all right. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. We already have a win. Don't get greedy. Got a win. Got a win. All right, so we're actually going to go back to the cat and see if I can actually do that as well. All right, so reverse. Just going to back it off here. Okay. You know, now here's another problem that I'm going to have. Crap. Because I can't do the I'm going to have another problem that I'm going to have to figure out. And that comes with the threading part here. Okay, that's all right. We're not there yet. We'll cross that bridge once we get there. All right, this is feeling good. That's feeling good. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do this. We're almost there, but okay. Let's see, this is also a concern potentially because it, well, hopefully not. Okay. Work, baby. Work. Okay. All right. Good, good, good. And now I have actually thought about this problem here, but I didn't solve it yet. So one of my thoughts is to just have something here, like have this be my tool rest, and then hit that right quick. Another thing that I'm thinking is well, let's try that actually. I might need a taller piece of wood though. Let's see. Let's see, how tall do I need here? Okay, so we're looking at about 7 inches, a little bit over 7 inches. That's what we need. Let me go find a piece of wood that's about that size. Too big. Well, what about you? You look like a decent size, maybe too big or not. Hey, this might work. I only need it for just a little piece. All right. All right, folks, don't try this at home. I'm a professional. Believe it or not. Okay. What we're trying here on this really stable platform. Aha! Looks like a bad idea. All right. That's not going to work like I wanted it to. Let's see. Now, I do have a different tool, but I'd have to adjust it every time, which is not okay. I don't want to do that. Lawrence, yes, sir. They are. They are refillable fountain pens. They come with a converter, so you can use whatever ink that you would like. This isn't going to work like I had hoped. Okay. Because I just need to go just a little bit, but I don't have a tool rest right here. It's too tall and unstable. That can't go there. This can't go here. I mean, this is really the only thing I can think of right now, but the fulcrum will be too far back. Let's see, what can we come up with here? No, not that. Well, I think I found a stall point with this here. So the only real solution at this point would be to do that last and then thread the outside after. So that's kind of my thing, I guess, now. Because that's not going to come out. I'll do it on my wood lathe. It's fine, whatever. Because everything else is good, I think. Hey, how you doing? You have to look up some kits and see how to clean them. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. My directions, I guess, can be quite long-winded, though. So, but like I was saying, I think I could use this, but I don't want to have to swap it every time because I could use this and then it would just trim it back, no problem. Hey, Oliver, what up? How you been? Okay, well, we're gonna proceed. I want to continue wasting time here. Choosing the thickest one of this here. They look pretty pretty similar. So we're actually going to take the one here. Okay. Is that chuck in an adjustable center hole? This chuck is my newest acquisition in the workshop here. It's on the carriage. It's in the carriage. But one of my problems right now is I got to figure out some things. Well, actually, I'm going to go back because I think it does work. I think it'll work here. We're going to try it. So we shouldn't have any. We're perfectly flat. Hey, you pick up something new every time? Nice. Nice. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to do my best, but it is a balancing act because, you know, gotta have some fun while also doing a little work at the same time. There we go. All right. Sorry. That's what the back of my head looks like. All right. We're going to go this. This is disengaged. This is good, good, good. All right. We're going to give this a little bit of pressure on the back here so I can push it and the carriage should freely go as I'm threading. And hopefully this is the solution. Bite it. Bite it. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. One problem solved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. So I'm just keeping constant pressure on the carriage controller here. The carriage wheel. I don't know what it's called. I call it a carriage wheel. I don't think I went deep enough. However, that's fine. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. You think the fountain pens would leak? They, I suppose they could, but I keep one in my pocket all the time. This is actually a Kaweco, but it's been in my pocket a lot, and the cap has come off before, but it's still, because it's so deep in there, I didn't have any problem with it, getting in my pocket or anything. But I will say it is one of those things where, that is the consideration for sure. Because yeah, that can absolutely leak if it's not done correctly. But I will say we did do a test, and we basically eyedropper filled one of the pins that I made without putting any like silicone grease into it, and it didn't leak. Like, we put it upside down to where all the ink should have come out. But I think that's probably one of my posts on Maverick Pens Instagram. So we did that, and we did like a 4-day, I think a 4-day test where we put ink in it and had it upside down and all that jazz, and it didn't leak. I can't say that is the case for all of the pins that I make. I'd test them probably. So what are we doing? What are we doing now? Okay. That's what we were doing. Find this one. Okay. So this is going to be a section and a cap. So hopefully I learned from the first time. . Where's my metal card? Of course. It's right here. Huh. Move that back. Gonna move this, maybe this in just a bit more. So here, there. So that'll get chopped, and that will be the cap. That's plenty. Yeah. So we're working on pin number 2 now, or 1, which 1 of 2, or 2 of 2. And I finally made a template, so I don't have to measure every time. So that's where we're starting here. Boom and boom. So I am not going to try the tapping of the Joe 06 thread portion like that. Those threads are really too fine. I don't want to have to deal with that problem. Oh yeah. Yeah, some fountain pens they do leak. They like to leak. But it is what it is sometimes. There are some pretty well made, even cheaper brands. They are pretty well made, I'd say. They're just they don't have the name behind them. So, but you know, I think at the end of the day, if it makes you happy, then go for it. If it doesn't make you happy, then you probably grabbed the wrong one. But you know, the biggest thing about fountain pens, at least the biggest thing about cost, is the nib. The nibs are the ones where you get a big um, a big part of the price, I would say, is in the nib. Um, there's some that are like golden nibs, and some are just straight steel, and they're they're also good. Um, you could even take like a super cheap nib to a nib tailor or a grinder, then they can even tune that up. Um, I will say, if you do decide that you want to get a pen that you're going to uh, take to a nib tailor, go for a broad or a double broad. Um, that would be, my 2 cents on that. Let's see. Okay. Some of the cheap Chinese pins are gaining a following. Yeah, they are. Nico G nibs. Yeah, there are quite a few dip pins that are doing pretty well. One of the nice things I think about dip pens is you can easily try out inks. You can do that pretty fast. Oh, sorry, you couldn't really see. I was using a saw, a coping saw, and that's how I cut that off. Because I don't have the ability to cut it. And then now I've got the cap lined up, ready to rock and roll. So this is actually a revision of my way of making pins. So only people that see me live get to see this. Let's see. All right, we're going to go ahead and get this a little bit started. Nice. Okay. Now, okay, I don't know what speed necessarily. We're going to try it out. Hopefully everything doesn't blow up here in my face. All right, so we're going to run the carriage. I'm going to get it seated, engaged. Hey, let's speed it up. It was really slow. I think I can. That's all right. No problem. You know, it's something that I was thinking about, that I've thought about like years ago when I first started making bespoke pins. I looked at what bespoke actually meant, and you know, it just means that you are making that for a specific type of person, or it's made for someone specific. And so the people that are bespoke pin collectors, you're making it for them. You know what I mean? So that's why I think some people get mad about kitless or bespoke, you know, kind of using them interchangeably. The only reason I do is because that's how some people know it. And, you know, I'm kind of indifferent when it comes to what you're actually going to call them. But the only reason I even said that is because a lot of people think of bespoke pins as fountain pins. Now, I don't know about you, but I kind of like the idea of having a ballpoint pin as well. So, you know, here's one of my pins that I pretty much made the exact same way. I made a fountain pen, you know, and it's got a ballpoint in it. So it's one of those things, you know. You don't have to necessarily it doesn't have to necessarily be a fountain pen. So I don't know. I was just thinking about that, and I could be wrong. I don't know. Who's the authority on the kitless pin making stuff? I don't know. Like, if somebody can present something to me that I find logical, then by all means I'll go for whatever it is. I'd be all right with that. I'm a pretty simple person, and I'll admit that I'm wrong. If you can legitimately prove that I am wrong. I'm not typically the person that'll make decisions easily. It usually takes me a little bit of time, and I'll think about it. It makes my wife pretty mad. She's like, "Well, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think about this?" It's like, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. So my opinion on it is going to be kind of non-existent because I haven't thought about it. It's like, oh, you don't care what I'm talking about. I'm like, no, babe, I just haven't really thought about it. And so I need to think about something before I, you know, commit it to being what it is that I am, you know, content with. And it's not, you know, just an immediate thing. I don't know. Near to you is a museum with a lot of antique pin making equipment. Cool. You can arrange to have a nib made there. That's really cool. If you don't mind me asking, where is that? Because that sounds really cool. Let's see. This is pretty straight and flat. I don't need to adjust that. Nope. All right. I'm going to try again. See how this works. So I am going to have to do a combo of metal and wood lathe here, which is not a problem. Okay. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. Here we go. Disengage. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Work. Wait. Okay, I'll just keep a constant pressure on this, make sure we're moving. Oh, yes. Reverse. Yes. Yeah. All right, cool, cool. You get to make the nib yourself with guidance. Ah. Well, that's really cool. That'd be a fun experience. That'd be a really fun experience. Oh my gosh. Can you go make your 14 karat and 18 karat gold there too? Or they won't do that. You've got to draw the line somewhere maybe. Okay. We got the section and then the cap. Now it is time for the barrel. I'm going to keep that sticking out a bit. Oh, also something. So what I used to do is I used to use the carriage to use my parting, my clean cut there. I'd go across, right, like geometry, and then have my center start bit, boop, go right in. Get this, a Forstner bit. What does it do? Center start, and it faces it flat. Look at that, cutting steps out. So that's pretty freaking awesome. Hey, cool. Making nibs from soda cans. I imagine that would be pretty flimsy. Like you wouldn't be able to press down very hard. But that's pretty cool. You probably have to do a few layers of it and then grind it just right. But that's interesting. I haven't seen a video. Excuse me, I haven't seen a video like that. Sounds pretty neat though. See, the initial time when I did this, it was with the tailstock, and so it's a little different. Look at that, weird. Let's see. Nobody's in the jewelry quarter. There are a few places to get electroplated. Cool. You tried soda can? They can be scratchy. Yeah, I believe that. I wonder if you'd be able to polish them when you're if you're interested in doing like nibmeistering stuff. There's really, I don't know. Some people they use micro mesh. They use like a micro mesh pad, and then other people they use like a Dremel with a rubber wheel can polish it. So you can do a little sanding. Shoot, you could even go a little bit more coarse than rubber, and grind it initially, and then you'll fine tune that by polishing it. So really interesting. Something gauge brass. Yeah. I mean, the really cool thing about fountain pens and making fountain pens and stuff like that, you know, something that I find really interesting, I'd say. One, I really like making them and then designing them. And, you know, to some people, a pen is a pen. But to other people, it's like they really love working on the nibs, or they really love trying different inks or putting different elements in the inks or making the inks. You have other people that you know, like all kinds of aspects of it. Some people like just the way that they look. You know what I mean? It's really cool that there's so many different things to look at um, when it comes to fountain pens and stuff. And that's one of my favorite things about it, is that there's a lot of different rabbit holes that you can go down. And I find that it's something that I don't think I would get bored with, because I do tend to like a lot of different things. However, something that has been really consistent is I've always loved pens. Like, it's so simple. Like, but whatever. It's, you can make them simple. You can also make them complicated. Mm. Just kind of feeling this tool out, like the speeds that I can run this, and you know, the guiding system, and you know, trying to not hit my hand on the um, y-axis adjustment. But man, now it's reset. So nice. My goodness. I'd say that there's some trade-offs here, but I'm pretty happy so far, I would say. More happy than not with the purchase. Let's see. Can metal is way too thin. Yeah. But I think if you were to use a can as like a skeleton, maybe, then you can stack it while you're doing like maybe some drips of solder. I don't know. Not my wheelhouse. Not yet, at least. Sorry, I was using this, and it's a little on the higher side. I'd like for it to be a little bit down, but I'd have to adjust this, and I thought I already did, but it just needs to point just a tiny bit down, but that's all right. I'm gonna hit it with this right quick. But yeah, nib making right now isn't where my interest is. I still like, I have some pins in the works that are like different designs that I'm working on. HVAC copper pipes, yeah, that might work. That probably would work. Probably be really stiff, but I bet it would work. All right, here we go. Try it again. Oh, yes. This is awesome. Okay. All right. Now you know, if your carriage, if you were wondering if your carriage will run while it's disengaged from the lead screw, it will run into the that. Sorry, I was already thinking about the other thing I was going to show y'all. Gotta find it. Here you go. So this is a thickness gauge. So we got a thickness gauge here. And these little shims go really, really small. But the reason I got it is so I can measure the distance between the tines of the nib. But you could also use it to, get a starting point of looking for material when you're trying to determine what you could use to make a nib. Let me find a nib right quick. So here's a nib. And so we're going to estimate here. Well, we ain't got to estimate. I could just do this. All right. So we got a caliper here. We're going to find just a tiny spot right here. And I'm going to measure the... So 0.28 millimeter is about what that looks like. Okay, so 0.28. So it's about right here to... Oh, it's actually this one. So this here is... there we go. So this one is 0.8. So if you're looking for a material, it's about 0.28 millimeter. So if you wanted to do something thicker or thinner, you'll obviously get different feedback on the nibs there. Come on. Well, anyway, pretty cool. These things are pretty neat. Like I said, you can, some of these things are so thin. I need to loosen this. I'm going to bend one of these things. I don't want to do that. Where's some pliers? Okay. Well, let's see. We're going to have to do it a different way. Let's see. This is what I'm doing. I'm trying to get this so I can loosen it just a tiny bit. There. There we go. Okay. Now, the reason I got this is so I can measure in between. So some of these shims are so thin. When you're talking like ink flow out of a nib, so this is 0.04 millimeter. And what I was talking about is this slit right here where the ink goes through. You can use these to determine, the kind of space that's in between. So if you're going for like a consistent, oh my goodness, if you're going for like a consistent measurement when you're making them, there we go, there. Now it's split in between the tine here. So it'll grab it, and then at some point it won't actually go in anymore. So, oh my goodness, you get my point. It's hard to do this on display and be able to see it because it's very fine thing there. Yeah. What are we at? What are we at? This. Okay. Copper tarnishes. Yeah. That looks good enough. I'm just going to get it started here. All right. And then that's about all we can do with that, because I need to get to the other lathe or put the tailstock back on. However, look at that. We got all this stuff set. Drilled, tapped on the inside, tapped on the inside. We've got this little piece right here. If you are going to do the sequence for tapping, or with your tap and die, for the die rather, this will just go inside, and when you're using the die, this will create an internal support for the threads, and the thinnest part of the collar will kind of help push it out. That way it'll actually get all the threads without squishing it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the goal with that. All right. So this is good. Happy with this. I kind of don't like I don't really like that I can't thread it the other way, but that's all right. I'd say it's got more pros than cons right now. But yeah, this thing just pops right out. How awesome is that? All right. I do have collets. Yeah, I do have collets that I use as well. Bloop. However, when you have a 3-jaw on a metal lathe, it's pretty accurate as well. So I use the collet on the other lathe, but there are some rules that you can follow, and as long as you follow those rules, you won't end up with things out of round, if you know what I mean. Because sometimes the run out will kind of be like this, right? However, there are ways to mitigate that. And like I was talking about with some of the rules, if you follow them and you support it, then it won't be a problem at all. Which is why I've been able to make a pin out of a square completely. Like I can just chuck up a square blank and make it from start to finish, as long as the square is actually square. These were quite slanted and had other things hanging out, but yeah, like a regular square, I can make a pin out of that, and everything would be centered and lined up and everything. And that's through a lot of different trial and errors. But I've refined the process to that point. So a lot of people use the engineering collet for that. But because I like to find things easier to do, easier ways to do things, I did figure out an easier way. Maybe one of the days I shall reveal how I did that. But I want to get a couple more. Well, I don't really need more reps, but I'm going to get more reps on it before I share it. So what we're doing is, instead of me going over there with the square carbide, I'm just gonna pop this in, the bodies back in, the barrels back in. You know, hindsight, I could have just done this in the first place. Just pop that off, put this in, whatever. Whatevs. Let's see. Had someone build a box for wood. Fire. I don't know what that is. Oh, huh. I don't know. That's beyond me. Um, Something I will say is, when I was making if I do make it from a square to begin with, my process is a bit different. So, yeah, it's quite a bit different. Some things you like, I couldn't go back to do something like this. So being able to recognize that I could have just swapped this out. I don't know why I didn't think about it before. I'm an idiot, but I could have, and then that would have mitigated, you know, having to do it right now. But still, it's pretty cool. I think it'll come in handy when I'm doing other things that requires a lot of just different things like that. Nice. Okay. For this, I'm gonna fine tune a bit more here. So, I did have a video that I since took down, but it was about using 1/2-inch taps and dies, and a 1/2-inch plug cutter. So if you did all of that, then it would work. The only exception would be the drill bit. You can't use a 1/2-inch drill bit. It would be too large. This is rough feeling. I don't like that. So I wonder if I'll just be able to do the drilling and not this. I don't like this. Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, that's nice. All right. The wife's toothbrush. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Pretty good here. Put this on. You know, another thing that people probably, that I discovered, that I think people probably didn't consider, is using a 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch is 12.7 millimeter, and the tenon that you're trying to cut for M13 is about 1275 to 13. So a 1/2 inch plug cutter will put you right where you need to be. So pretty cool. All right, gonna have to do it with this, with that. This is good now. We're actually going to back it off and sand the edge off right quick. That's a little sharp. Yeah. There we go. That's nice. Right on. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So we're going to repeat what we just did on this one here. And then we've got to do the same thing for the section. Okay. Well, refining the process here. I don't like. Okay, I don't like that edge there. Oh, pretty good. There we go. All right, now we're going to drop this back just a tad. I hope Sean didn't leave. I mean, I hadn't seen him in a while, and he's probably got a lot of work. With well, a lot of work. I'll just leave it at that. Boom, boom. Okay. Well, what would y'all think of the this Jacob's carriage truck thing? I thought it was pretty cool. I'd say I spent a lot less time winding the tailstock back and forth, which was nice. So even if it, I guess, makes me feel better, I'd say it'd be a little bit worth it, you know? Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, we're not going to worry about this here. It's awesome. Yeah. It is pretty cool. I was excited. It's one of those things that I've been looking at for a while. Have you ever heard of a turret system? Um, yeah. Have you ever heard of a lathe turret system? It is basically um, it goes into the tailstock, and then it actually has a rotating thing where it'll rotate something down that you can use. Oh, you've heard of it. Well, it's really cool, but I don't think my lathe is big enough to handle that. So that was my upgrade instead. So I think I could use that other tool with, you know, any lathe, but I don't think I could handle that. It's like a long tenon. That's not bad. Okay. All right. So here's the section from a while ago. We'll come up here. Nice. Let's see. I need, what do I need here? I need this. That was in the Navy. Made a bass cannon. Is that anything like a potato gun? Just the barrel. Huh. Let's see. And the other thing about this other plug cutter, it is a quarter. Sorry, a 3/8, not a quarter. Just oh, interesting. When I was a kid, I made a potato cannon, and you fill it up with hairspray, and you have like a grill igniter on the back end. So you just fill up a chamber with the hairspray, and then we made one that was really cool. And I don't know the measurement. It was probably a good 2 or 3 football fields distance, but it was in a cornfield, so it launched a potato that far. Talk about a fun thing to do. A little grill starter, some PVC, and a little bit of know-how. So that was fun. Takes black powder. Ah, gotcha. That sounds fun, though. I am up to no good. Let's see. I still need to flip this back around to thread it. Don't let me forget. What am I looking for? Here we go. Mm-mm. People think you're dangerous. Man, if you're not living life on the edge, you're taking up too much space. I went to a when I turned 18, my mom got me a well, my mom and dad. My mom and dad got me a skydiving package. So it was a 7-jump dealio, and one of the posters there said that, and for some reason I still remember it. It's just one of those funny things that stands out. How How long does it take to complete a full finished pin? It depends, but you know, if I'm just chatting and stuff, you know, it probably takes a good 2 hours. But if I have my head down and I'm just going from start to finish with a new pin, it probably takes an hour to an hour and 15 minutes or so, depending on the finish that you do. But yeah, I'd say it takes a while. I have been doing some trials and been able to move faster and streamline different processes, but that includes like sanding and polishing and everything. So if you're pedal, you don't even have to be pedal to the metal. If you're just like focused and you're moving forward the whole time and you're not stopping and engaging, talking, chatting, and all that jazz like I'm doing now, then it would take probably an hour to an hour and a half for me. So how long did you think it would take? Yeah. No, you can't rush perfection. But it's one of those things at this point, it's basically just doing the process over and over again. The only deviation is when you have like a different kind of material that you haven't really done before. And that causes, you know, a little bit of process change. Yeah. You thought about 3 hours? It can. Shoot, my first one took me like 15 hours. Because I was being slow and deliberate and taking my time and trying to do everything, and you know, kind of documenting my whole journey on it for myself. That is, writing the stuff down, and then, you know, it was a long while because I do a process, try it out, test it, and then I would change it. If I found something wrong, I'd have to find where that error was in my process and then make that change, which a lot of people don't think about because all they see is, you know, they just see me running through it like this. But yeah, it took me a long, long time for the first mini. It wasn't until pretty recently that I broke 2 hours. So, and that's just, you know, from changing just a little thing, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got most things streamlined. Like I think if I were to pedal to the metal, I think I could probably get one done in about 45 minutes. But, you know, it's one of those things that it's not sustainable. I don't do it to bang out as many as I can. So that's only one part of making the pin too. Anyway, long-winded answer, but I know a lot of people also don't like watching me stick my fingers in and around this area, but it's one of those things. You need to determine your own risk assessments, and you know, that's why I've also got my disclaimer. The things that you see are necessarily the safest, but yeah, to ramble on a little bit longer about the how long. I mean, that is just making the pin. There's a lot of other logistics that go along with that because you got to clean it once you're all done with your sanding and polishing. Then you got to clean it, and then um, get it ready for someone to purchase. I do a lasering on the nibs, and let's see. Then you're going to list it and all that jazz. So there's quite a bit that goes along with all the other stuff that a lot of people don't think about. Because unless I can find somebody that's watching me make it, buy it, you still have to put it out there for people to see. And I am going to go ahead and hit this. Let's see. I'm going to hit it with this. But yeah. Let's see. Lawrence, do you make pins to sell? Okay, sections are Gucci. All right, we can make final adjustments if we need to later on the sections, which is pretty. And you drop it. You idiot. There we go. All right, good to go. Good to go. Let's clean up our mess here. Put our bits back. Okay. So far, this is what we got. Oh, yes. That fits nicely. Let's see. And that's nice. That's a nice fit too. All right. Awesome sauce. You make to give away? Yeah, that's good. I'm actually going to be giving away well, a couple pins really. One is going to be to somebody local that well, I mean, there's a whole story behind that one. But one's going to be given away locally here, and then another one is going to be given away, hopefully, like as a fundraiser kind of thing. So that's kind of the plan, at least. But yeah, um, let's see. Well, that's cool. I didn't actually start turning to go into business. um, it kind of happened, I guess, out of necessity. um, I um, maybe. Huh. Um, sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's an interesting story, I'll say. Ooh, that's nice too. Dang. Love it. Oh man. That's so exciting. So exciting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hear that. I hear you on that, man. Um, I don't turn pins to get rich. uh, my wife is the one that uh, is really good at doing what she's doing. Um, I am a full-time turner, so I guess there is that. Some people find that um, a little hard to wrap their head around, being able to turn full time. But that's what Abby and I do. Well, she doesn't turn, she sands and polishes. We work together on a lot of things. Yeah. You know, I do have, or I have thought about, being able to turn for a living. If I can incorporate social media into that, then I probably could just end up selling everything that I made if other things uh, was able to, if everything else was going the way it needed to. So there is a little bit of that. Um, it's always been in the back of my mind of like, I bet it could happen. And I think it's possible. I just got to figure out, how. Huh. So I do think it is quite possible to do. All right. That's great to hear. Yeah, it is. It is. I like it. Yeah, you don't want your art to become a job. Yeah, I hear you on that. Which which, you know, kind of comes in the strategy aspect of it. If I enjoy making it and I can make it into a video, then I can get people also to be interested in um, um, you know, be able to uh, monetize to an extent, but it wouldn't necessarily be about selling that product over and over again. It would be about entertaining people, putting smiles on people's faces with your art, and um, you know, also teaching people how to do what it is that you're doing. Because, you know, bespoke pen making is, you know, pretty easy once you know how to what you're doing. Like, an interesting thing about that is like, well, what isn't? Once you know how to do something, it becomes easier, right? So I guess it's one of those things. It's kind of weird. It's like it's hard until it isn't. But you're able to do more stuff once you solve enough problems. Then you're basically creating canvases, basically, for you to try different things, which is pretty interesting. Okay, so I've got the measurements here. That's what I was doing. I was getting all the measurements, and basically what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go cut the ends off here and then trim them down and then shape them. So I'm going to go over here right quick. Let's see. Good enough. Switch the plug here. All righty, there's my mark. I'm gonna go just past it. That is my longer mark right there. And then these little pieces can be used for something a little later on. So making sure that I have enough so I can be able to put a little center hole in there. But I don't want it too long because the longer the material is, the more it's going to vibrate between centers when I'm doing that, and we don't want that. So we don't want it to vibrate. We want it to stay nice and smooth. Let's see. What are we doing next? What are we doing? Okay, this a little bit of this action. Let's see. Body, sure. Boop. Okay, so I'm going to end up probably measuring these again. So, yeah, dang it. It's all right. Okay. Let's see. There we go. This will work. So all I'm going to do right now is do a little quick center start. So the reason I'm using this is because all I'm doing is, oh, sorry. Let's lift this up a bit. That's better. So the reason I'm using a Forstner bit is because it's got a very small point. Very small point. And it is sufficient for the what I'm going for here. Because all I need is just a little dimple for the lathe center to catch or to hold in place, because it's just flat right now. So this is one of the little secrets that I have figured out over countless mistakes. But you can't turn it too fast when you're doing that. Sweet. Okay, so that's done. I'm going to actually pop this off. Nice. Now we're going to pop that off. Do the same thing with my caps, and then we're going to trim them down to a workable diameter so I don't have to turn too much down on the wood lathe. Nope, crap. Getting ahead of myself. Got one more. But we are almost ready to do some shaping. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Like I said, I shouldn't have marked these already, but I needed to know the depth at least. So marking that was fine, but I didn't need to mark the measurement of the pin yet. That was kind of really a waste of time. But you know, you live and you learn. Because I'm going to cut it off right now. Okay, so this, okay, and then you know what? Let's do this. That way we won't make it a waste. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go right on it. There we go. Okay, sweet. How about that? All right, so now what I need to do is I actually need to take this off. Leave that there. And what I'm going to do is another thing that'll be probably something that you hadn't seen before. And it doesn't really matter what you use, but if it's got the diameter that you want it to be, that's what I'm going for. So, sorry, I hit the camera. So I'm using this. That is good. And then this is good. Okay, so the whole point of this is we're on the caps first. So this is basically a gauge for me to put this tool, right, just the tip of my carriage on there. And then that'll give me a guide for where I'm going to cut. So I'm just going to have it there and it's just going to stay. I just used the socket set that I'm going to use, and that's how I get my repeatability. So I just leave it like that, and get that locked. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to back it off just a tiny bit. Yeah. All right. Vacuum. So hope it's not too loud. Tidy up, I reckon. And this is going to be a pretty significant cut. A deep, pretty significantly deep cut. So I want to make sure that I'm not going to go all the way off the ends. It will chip out and break, unfortunately. And that would be a real bummer. But this is how we can quickly do this type of thing. And then for the final touches and dimensioning, we're going to take it back over. So I'm going to have to do this and then reset and then do it again because of how I did it, which is not that big a deal. Let's see, this out. Okay. Good. This will go in and seat. This has to back off. Let's see. What do you pronounce here? All right. Chomped it pretty hard there. Oops. That's okay. I'm going to back this off again. And then reset the depth here. And just a little bit off. It's not exact. As you get it closer, you'll get it more dialed in. There we go. And that is it for that. Pop this out. Switch. And push back. And let's see, we need to do the marking. Little marking. Okay. Okay. Cut this out. It's a little bit of a mess here. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is reset for the barrel. Once I do that, then we can run it and then take it over to the wood lathe to finish out the rest of it. Here we go. Any big plans for this weekend? Weekend is going to be kids' soccer game. Wife is going to go over to her parents' house. I'll have the kids, which will be fun. I usually take them on a little father-daughter date, but I don't think there's any good movies out right now, so we'll have to find another destination. And make sure you don't go off the end if you're doing it. Or the other thing that you could end up doing as well, if you were using a Swarf carbide and you were running it from left to right, and you run it off of the end, you can also end up doing the same thing that I'm talking about with the metal lathe here, because I've done it like that too, which is a bummer. track. Right. Lock that in place and engage. Almost there. All right, this can be gone. Yeah. Pin parts. All right, let's peel the back. Peel the back. Okay. Now we've got to get this over here. There we go. All right. If you haven't seen any of my actual turning, this is when I use a collet chuck. And I use it to hold the mandrels. So, kind of funny. But, yep, use it to hold the mandrels. Let me also get this camera reset here. Bum, bum. We're on, well, we're on my home stretch, we'll say. Abby is the sander and polisher. I can do it, but she's a lot better than I am at it, for one. And two, we have a good system going. So, don't want to mess with those things. Let's see, take a look. That's pretty good. Bum, up. Whoops. Let's see. That's good enough, right? We'll see here in a second. Okay. Okay. We're going to transition. There we go. Excellent. Does that look yellowy? That looks yellowy, doesn't it? That's better. That's good. Okay. What we got is the collet, right? Collet chuck. We want to make sure that the collet is seated. I see too many people doing that don't seed it. Seed it and then put it in. I see too many people. Too many people. And it's crazy because, you know, these people are not amateurs. Like, they've been around and been using the collet for a long time. But it's kind of crazy because, you know, they're just doing it like that. Like, what are you doing? What you doing? Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Okay. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and get my section mandrel. This is my section mandrel. Oh, yep. Okay. Now, I'm going to grab my sections. The collet set, this is from PSI. It is the collet set from PSI. Oh. I like that one. I like this one over the Beal. I've got both. But I like this one over the Beal because I can just hand tighten it easier and I don't tear up my hands. And I also, the like spanner wrench or whatever, I don't really like that. So PSI. My wife uses the Beal. That's the one you want to try to get? Yeah. It's a good choice. Good choice. But really, you can't go wrong either way. They're both going to serve the same purpose. They both have an adapter. If you only have a like a MT1, I think it's got the MT1 step, at least in the PSI one when I got it. So for this, we're going to drop this down to about 12 millimeter, just under 12 millimeter, because the inside of the cap is about that. So we're going to use, crap. There we go. We're going to use about 12 mil here as our reference. Yeah, without further ado, let's get her going. Because I've got this manual and I've used it quite a few times, you can see like the small portion on the left here. That's where I'm taking it pretty much to. You can also see on my live center here where my file I left it marked. And we're getting really close. Okay, in just a second. All right, we're gonna measure. Oh yeah, that's just right there, and that needs to go down just a little bit more. In a good shape. All right, we're gonna do standard shape here. Kevin, what's up, my man? How you doing? Hey, Lawrence, do you make bespoke yet? Oh, righty. All right, so the other thing that I check at this point, I want to make sure that this shoulder, the base of the section here, looks right against the base of the threads here. So I'm looking at this right here. So right here where the barrel threads are at the bottom of the section here, I want to make sure that the section isn't hanging over. Then you want to make sure that you're also good to go where it fits inside. And it's good to go. Kevin, I am great. I am great. It is Friday. Right now it's over your head. Yeah, it'll take a few times. Sometimes it's one of those things where you just got to run the process over and over again, and eventually it'll start making sense. But that's one of the, really, my opinion, one of the hardest things to do, because it was really a challenge for me to spend hours on something and then it break. It was you can't be defeated by it. It'll try over and over again to beat you, and it will if you let it, but you stick with it and you'll be able to get it. But sometimes I block out those types of things because it was so frustrating. I broke a lot of things. Well, including this. That's what this is from. This dent right here is actually from here. I smacked the crap out of the tool into the tool wrist. I had a little, I had a fit, I guess. Not mad. We're still breathing? Yes, sir. Yeah, don't forget to stand on a leg, hop in a circle. Yeah, you got to make sure you do both those things. Not one after the other either, at the same time. That's cool. Looks still a little too big. I'm gonna have to fix that a little bit more. We're close. Okay, we're good on the front. A little bit more on the back. Nice. All right, here we go. That's nice. Okay. Let's take a look and see how we're looking on this guy. Looking good, looking good. And uh-oh. Where's my problem here? Gotta see if it's the threads or the section. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's not the section. It's the barrel. All right. So for this, the next step is to go ahead to swap out my mandrel. I don't need that one anymore. Um, so because I trimmed them down the way that I did, I should only have to trim it to there and do my little bit of shaping that I'm going to do. At least that's the hope. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We want about, what is it? It's a 1.4 millimeter difference. So, yeah, a 1.4 millimeter difference, I think it is what I go for. The shoulder, that is. All right. Here we go. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Ooh, looking nice. We got our short carbide now. Take your time. If you do this like this, take your time. Don't rush it or anything. Just and go from the outside in. Don't go left to right or right to left. Just go outside. Just ride it in. Nice and easy. No need to get to this point and mess it up. Take your time. I speak from experience, and then it ends up as nothing. There we go. So from here, I'm gonna drop it down just a little bit more. The other thing I'm gonna do right quick actually is I'm gonna measure the cap 16.3, which is a little thicker, but that's okay. 1635 calibrated, yep. Calibrated. All right, minus 1.4, so that's 15, 14. I think this is already 14. Okay, 14, 25. Okay, we're gonna leave this alone. See, that's what I was talking about. You get it set up right the first time, boom, good to go. All right. Get this, run this. All right. Another thing that I like to do at this point is you're not cutting a gutter, but you are going to hit it with a little bit in the back end here, just kind of square it off a bit. So once this is not spinning, you probably won't even see it. So, cool. All right. Now, I've already got my line defined, but I'm going to take it down just a little bit more. Give myself a little bit of room. I just like the way that this looks better. Maybe it's an OCD thing. I don't know. So we're going to taper it. So I'm going to take it. It's going to go in like this. So I'm only going to about a third, right? So this is 1/3, and then 2/3, and then the rest right there. So I do it like that because I like the 1/3, 2/3 rule. It applies to a lot of things. If you have made containers, you would also know that 1/3, 2/3 is a aesthetically pleasing thing to look at too. Like a wood cylindrical box. If you do it 1/3, 2/3 rule, it's quite appealing. If it's a 50-50, it kind of doesn't look right. You don't really know which side's the top and which one's the bottom, but talking about the box example. So I just kind of apply it to this as well. And see, that's just nice. That is nice looking. What did I hit right there? What is that? You know what that is? That's a bubble. Watch. See? That's a bubble. What do we do with that? All we do is a little drop of CA. I'm not. Abby will. It'll be a little drop of CA in there. And then that'll be it. With a little drop of CA in there, it'll fill that little bubble. Boom. Lovely. Lovely indeed. Okay, cool. That's done. Let's take this out. I'm going to use the other one. We'll do the other one. We're almost there. There we go. So looking good, looking good. One part, two part. Oh, she looking spicy. Okay. Then here is the other one. Move this over. I only need it a little bit longer anyway. Here we go. Okay. Got our diamond carbide again. Define our line just a little bit more. Something else that you can do, that I sometimes do, is I knock the corners off. Because I'll reach in there and I'll grab it, and then because of how fast it's spinning, it'll cut your finger right quick. So, just a little thought. Take your time. There we go. All right, I do not need a square carbide anymore. Do our squaring off here. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. Drop the speed a bit. Nice. Okay. Just a little bit here. So I use a file for a couple reasons. One is it's a flat surface. Two, I'm going to sand anyways. But this is a way to get a decent amount of the sanding done without running through a whole lot of sandpaper. So one of my favorite tools that I don't advertise hugely, but you know, I think it is a secret weapon of, what the hell is that? I think it's a secret weapon. It was right there. Okay, never mind. We're good. We're good. All right, let's go ahead and. Okay. That is a bubble. Okay. Just so you know, if you do cast blank, I said it's a bubble. Anyway, so if you are casting blanks and you're going to put Swarf in there, my suggestion is to go ahead and put the Swarf inside of the resin. Yeah. And then mix it in there as best you can. And then pour it. That way you're pouring the noodles and the resin at the same time. Pro tip. Okay. And diamond tool again. Back it off. And all the way up. There we go. We'll give it a little bath. We'll find the bubbles. And then adjust them. When you're doing things that have like inclusions, there's a good chance you're going to find bubbles anyways. So, I mean, if you're going to do something that like this, or with wood, or with really anything that other than the mica, expect to get bubbles, because it's just what happens. Bubbles like to get trapped in places. Okay, this. Where in the heck? Where is it? All right, does anybody see that mandrel? It's the cat mandrel. It's all right, I'll find it. Found it. Thanks for y'all's help. Just kidding. Thanks for being here, though. It's over there. Thank you. Thank you. It was. It was indeed where you said it was. You're right. You are right. All right. Already got it marked here, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. Yeah, I feel a bubble in there. Doesn't matter though, I don't need it. Yeah. Good. Okay. I'm going to smooth this out a little bit here. Nice. Oh, Kevin. Hey, thanks, Lawrence. Looking out, man. You were right. It was over there. Your wife poured resin block today. Nice. Kevin, do I need to keep an eye on you and your work, sir? Keep an eye on you. Son of a. I do think blocks end up looking cooler than rounds, but they're a lot more. They really are quite a bit more work. However, I think I have cracked a code to that too, so I'm not ready to share that though. I don't want to lead people astray, you know. So. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I do know a little something about you. Just a little bit though. Too much, not too much. Don't get carried away, John. Come on now. Here we go. You can feel it. It's annoying. See it? Right there? That right there. Now it's gone. See? Like it wasn't there. All right, that's good enough. Good enough. Go ahead and. Nope, you can't see it anymore. It's gone. It's gone. Okay. And then we're going to come in here with this. Just kind of make it flat, clean that up. Nice. That's what we're talking about. Lovely. All right, boom. Oh, it's too big. Dang it. Let's see. Crap. Too big back here. And I can't make the other side any. Well, I can't make the other side bigger, so I have to make this one smaller. There. Get out of here. All righty. Much better. See? Much better. All right. Let's do it again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here's that blue one that you were talking about, Kevin. I was going to do two of them, but I just decided on one. You know, I would say that it's a combination of a little bit of laziness, and I wanted to have them, you know, completely done in shape before, you know, having to cut the stream off, you know. So that was my plan. So I just used two blanks to make one pin instead of three to make two. Gotta be careful when using a round carbide, because sometimes it can sink in a little bit more than I intend it to, and then trying to level that out is a nightmare. Like, pretty much, you kind of mess yourself up in a way that you don't want to be. So, take your time a little bit. History told us we had to make that side a little bit smaller. Hope that that's where we want to be. Made that a little too steep right there. Whoops. Dang it. It's all right. We're going to remedy this. I'm going to remedy this. I'm going to just elongate that taper. Ah, see? What did I say? What did I say? All right, let's go ahead and get that trim back down. Or sand it. Hmm. Still steeper than I would have. That's okay. We'll see it when it's all done skis. Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead. Ooh, that's a lot of meat up there. It's too much. Why is it so long? Hold the phone. I think I might want to make that a little shorter. For some reason, that looks longer. Or is it just me? All right, we know. We know you don't want to go on right. Yeah, that's too long. Who measured this? What'd I say? See that? 5.5 is my target. And this is a whole, like, I don't know, that looks like a millimeter or so, too. I knew it looked wrong. See? Can you see that? It's like a millimeter too big. I knew it. Someone only measured once. Yeah. How many times are you supposed to measure? It's measure once, cut twice. All right. I'm just going to back it off a bit. Back it. That's where we want to be. Doesn't that look better? I don't know. I mean, this needs to be a little bit smaller too. Then we can't have it pregnant in the middle. My goodness. What am I doing? I feel another dang bubble. Of course I do. Okay. See, I knew that looked better or wrong, and this looks better now. Yeah, the middle gets big sometimes. You gotta get that pregnant pin look. Oh, not high? Hey, thank you, Lawrence. Very nice, never disappoint. Oh, I do my best. Do my best. Ah! I need to get a different, we have to get a new compressor. It's 3 years and very little to no maintenance, so it's almost time to retire it. All right, how we looking? Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and chase these threads. So I need to fix that. Sometimes when I cut the tenons, the it ends up expanding just a little bit because the resin can heat up, and when resin does heat up, it expands. And so sometimes I don't sand it enough, and then all I need to do is come back with the different a die here, and then I'll chase the threads. So I'll put my support in, and then I'll just run the the die again, and it'll cut it just a little bit more, which is awesome. So and then chase it from the other side. No, you don't. Well, the other one's good though, so that's nice. All right, and then a little bit more fine-tune adjusting will get done over at Abby's station once she starts working on it. So this is where we are with this, and it is perfect. See, you see how much I had to struggle before? Now it's just like just goes right on. All right, so I'm not gonna end up sanding and polishing this, like I said. Oh shoot, Morty's been on for a while. I have my headphones. Sorry about that. Let's see. So I will use a little mineral oil here and show you the outside. You know, we need to hit the inside too. Let's do a little of that too while we're at it, you know. It's gonna get cleaned anyway. Oh yeah. Well, that's pretty dope. You know what it looks like? It looks like Swarf in resin. How about that? All right, and then as for the other one, let's take a look at that. So let's do the inside for dramatic effect. Oh, wow. Ooh. Inside and outside. I'm going to make sure we do it 360, you know. That way you can actually see it, you know. So there we go. That's what we got. Let's see. Let's get the. So there we go. There's the pins that we worked on today. So pretty cool, I gotta say. We'll get I'll get Abby to, you know, fill those holes, the voids with some CA, and we'll get them sanded and polished. We'll see if she was interested at all in doing the inside, sanding and polishing the inside of it. I can't imagine that being the case, but maybe. It's one of those things that, you know, it takes quite a while to do that. You guys are a great team. I appreciate that. It's been a good time. It's been a good time. Let's see. Let me actually get her out here. Let's get her out here. All righty. Boom. Hello, hello. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm pretty excited about these. I think these are cool. Yeah, they ended up pretty cool. So we started here, I guess we should hop over there. Let me adjust the zooming. It's been a while since what? Since I last streamed? Yeah, it has. At least it feels like it. Image adjustment, autofocus on. Okay. Let's hop back over to this cam. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we're going to autofocus. We got it now. So this is where they started and then where we ended. Oh, I actually have the pink ones over here too. Ah, there we go. There. Here's where that one started and that ended. So pretty cool. Let's see. Abby, come here.
Like, do I have to be on camera?
Yeah. You just leave that on.
No.
You're just curling your hair.
George Washington.
Thank you, Kevin. She hasn't seen him, so
Not since I made the blank.
not since she made the blank. All right. We got Lawrence and Kevin and the house.
Did you sand them too?
What kind of question is that?
Of course not. But they turned out pretty cool.
Yeah, they are.
Definitely like the colorful one more.
Yeah.
Let's see, look. I think
There's some bubbles.
Oh yeah. Not too many though.
No, I only found like one.
That's one big one. That's okay. I can fill that. It actually has less bubbles than we did when we did the Fordite Swarf one.
Yeah. Well, you poured them different.
Oh yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, there's some little small ones, so we'll have to mount it.
They're not too bad though. They're really
hit
cool.
it with the compressor.
I like it. Very cool. How are they to turn? About the same as normal?
Yeah, same as normal.
Hello,
The better
Kevin.
half. Yeah. They smell nice.
Thank you. We're going out to dinner once our other daughter gets home from school. She said the bus broke down.
Oh,
so
no.
she's running a little bit late, but on her way.
Of course, on a Friday.
I know. Bummer.
Eating into their weekend.
Well, and we're going to hit traffic too, although maybe not going that way. Well, these look cool. Maybe I'll try out my internal sanding. Maybe.
What'd I say? What'd I say?
What?
About internally sanding.
It looks so much cooler.
I was like, I don't know if she's going to do it, but she might.
See, and I don't know if these are good ones to like practice on or try it out with, because the last one that I did, I scratched it and then I sanded it so much that the cap literally didn't fit anymore. So I think I overdid it.
The threads were not there, pretty much.
I ruined it. I ruined it, but it was like one that we were using as a trial, and I don't want to mess these up, so I might have to find another one to test it on. So actually, maybe I'll go get the Fordite one that's all finished and polished on the inside. And no, I don't want to mess that one up either.
No, that was cool too.
I have to get a not as cool one to practice my internal sanding and polishing. I have the general idea. I just think my technique needs some work. Hello. Nice to see you guys. I hope you've had a good time hanging out with John. Hey, these have been sitting like right here for months. He frequently, when he's, is it facing stuff that these come off in the big curls like that?
Yeah.
I think it's from facing, and
it's
everyone
either from a big drill bit or from the Forstner bit.
And then when he faces stuff, sometimes he just like hands me these handfuls of noodles. Well, I call them noodles. They're Swarf, but it's forbidden noodles. And I have so many random piles of like different colored Swarf. And so these turned out pretty cool. And I did this one in like a very, very slight blue tint. And I think I put like a tiny bit of black in this one so that it's like ever so slightly not clear. I don't love doing a completely clear base because with Alumilite, it takes a lot of years. It takes like 3 to 4 years, but it does kind of start to change color when you have clear, like just clear. So I like to add a tiny hint of color so that it looks a little better. I don't know, long term. They're still going to be cool. Honestly, even if these yellow a little bit, it'll still look awesome. So yeah. I'll probably sit them over there and fill the little holes from the bubbles before I get to finishing them. Maybe next week.
That's kind of what I predicted.
Here's the other problem with the fact that I only made enough blanks to make one of each pen is I really like them and I need to sell them. Because we're a business and I can't just keep everything. But sometimes I want to keep things. I did keep the Fordite Swarf one, so that one's mine. But I shouldn't keep them. I should sell them, but they're very cool. Good job.
Didn't know it was that long.
Of how long the blank sat there? Or for yellowing. It depends on how much sunlight your pen is getting or the blanks. So, for example, we have some blanks in here that has, and it's not always sunlight too. I guess it just yellows over time. I know that if it's in the sun, for example, we made these dragon eggs when we first started 4+ years ago, before we even were making bespoke pens, and they have definitely turned yellow. And I have one that was sitting like on a shelf, so it got more sunlight and it definitely yellowed faster. And then we have some blanks that have been in here that have literally never seen the light of day other than like what's come through our like garage door when it's been open. And those have started to yellow too. So we also have in the past.
This was the first eggs.
Yeah, and see, and the yellowing is not even like it's definitely yellow. It was clear, and now, oh, there you go. You can see.
Well, the wood kind of also.
It was clear.
Kind of sets off the yellow a little bit more too.
It was clear. It's not clear anymore. It's still really cool. Like
that one's not. That one needs to be fixed.
If you don't look at it too close, it's cool. It's cool from here. But yeah. I don't know what it is. It's just, I guess, a part of most.
You can't get away from it.
Urethane plastics, because even ones that are rated for more UV resistance, I'm pretty sure still will eventually yellow. Yes. I think that's just how it works. A 5-footer job. It's funny because our projects that are like that, that's exactly what they are. Like, don't look at them too close. Like the big bowl or some of the other things.
Look at it. See?
Looks great on a shelf. Pins aren't like that because people are going to be like this close to it and they're going to look at it. And so that definitely needs the attention to detail.
That's funny.
That was also towards the beginning of us sanding, finishing, doing
I gotta say,
anything. We didn't do bad for the first things.
One of the first things we did.
Yes, it was. I have a picture
of the whole lineup.
Yeah, I don't have my phone out here, but it's John made a big. How big was the biggest egg? It wasn't huge. I don't know.
It was
this size, and then he made one this size, and we had like 5 or 6, and he did
video of you.
Sanding them.
Sanding them, yeah.
I don't know where that is. Is it on your computer or something?
Yeah, it's on the.
Yeah, because he did take video of me going through and sanding from this big egg all the way down to this tiny egg, and the tiny egg's in, I think, on my shelf too.
It is. So it's upstairs.
We gifted some of them and kept some of them, and I'm sure they're all yellow now. So, but they're cool. But for pens, because people use them and we don't want them to change very much, most of ours, you know, when you use mica powder or other pigments, like the solid opaque pigments, or even the more pigmented translucent dyes, you don't have to worry about too much with the yellowing because it's really not going to change the color. With this kind of coloring, like where I did just a very, very translucent blue, it probably will, but it's going to take like 4+ years. And even then it shouldn't look bad. It just won't look exactly like it was when you got it. But that's been an interesting thing, having done it for so many years. There was a blank recently, I don't know, it's over there, that was mostly white, and now it's kind of a yellowish white. But what, are you still looking for the eggs?
No. I finally found it. The beginning of everything. Ugh.
He started with a lot of wood stuff before he moved on to all the resin.
I think a cedar wand was one of the first things I made.
The one that Loki ate?
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
You made a lot of boxes. They were cool.
There's a mallet. 1/3, 2/3. Oh, there we go.
Ah, he found the eggs. All right.
You've got to...
Yeah, that's going to be hard to like... Here, hold on. We'll zoom in a little bit.
Here.
It's no reference either.
Well,
no, you can see. You can see fine. Oh no.
What?
Loki definitely takes after his namesake. He's a very good boy, but he is very high energy and he loves toys. He's very toy driven. Oh yeah, okay, good enough. Anyways, we did big egg to tiny egg, and this big egg.
You can hold it up there. I'll focus it.
Oh, that's. It's
so
overexposed looking. Oh, it's because of your light trying to shine on the screen.
Yeah.
Anyways, tiny egg to big egg. Oh, and the middle one had a cicada in it. We had a customer that was an entomologist or something.
Oh, I made that little
you made
tube thing.
This.
Well, I made the tube thing that he bought. That she bought. For
Oh,
him.
I thought you bought. I thought
that
this
was
was
the tube that
I
made the pedestal for.
Oh well, again, see, this has a cicada exoskeleton in it. The kids collect them off of our fence every summer, so we literally have a drawer of cicada exoskeletons.
Oh, have you seen?
A little weird,
I
but
had a cool video of the big display that we did for Stella.
I thought you showed that. I thought you did a whole YouTube video on it.
I did.
Oh well, there you go. If you really want to see a bunch of bugs in resin, we've done that a couple times. What did we only put cicadas in that? I think we did.
Yep.
We have a couple other various bug friends that our kids have brought home over the years that were not alive when they brought them to us. I think we have like a couple rhinoceros beetles and some,
huge.
Yeah, big ones.
These things are big.
It's always a little weird.
Hosting bugs.
Yeah, making some of them. Some people really don't like bugs. We like bugs here. Our younger daughter Stella loves bugs. They are her friends.
They're so neat. They're unusual. They're weird.
But we know some people really don't like that, and then people have a whole ethical whatever thing. So no bugs were ever harmed in the making of any of our things. We literally found them outside, and they would have, stayed there and gotten ruined. But anyways, excuse me. Well, I mean, she also has brought us many alive bugs, but she does like let them go. She is known, like there was something, what was it? She was at school and she volunteered to save a spider from her classroom and to take it outside. Like
her teacher, I thought, was freaking out.
I don't know. It's happened on multiple occasions where she like catches whatever creature and like sets it free. If she finds things in her house, she would rather take it outside and let it live another day than us squish any sort of bug. So
I love these pants so much better.
Good.
our daughter's home. Yay, other kid. We're gonna go to dinner.
Heck yeah.
I'll come look at him in just a minute. Spiders in our house, we share the same thing. We actually have a snake, so it's alive and it lives in our house, but it has to stay. Like if it was out, I'd be freaking out. They're fine. John and the two kids, well, they're a little bit more afraid now.
What's for dinner? We're going to the mellow mushroom.
Yeah, we've been asked for pizza for many weeks now to go to Mellow Mushroom. So we're going to go to Mellow Mushroom. John was talking about milkshakes yesterday, but there is a gelato place near the Mellow Mushroom. Not a milkshake, but
they have shakes.
The snake can keep the house. I don't know if you saw the pictures, but at one point there was a giant, like really, really big black, what was it? Just a rat snake? Was it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was a rat snake that got in the garage and was like hanging at the top here. And John noticed it only because it had pooped.
It pooped.
Like right there. He's like, something got in here and
I thought it was
in
a
here.
bird.
And then he looked up and it was just hanging there.
No, it wasn't hanging. It was coiled up in the top corner.
No, I didn't like that. No. So John had to remove it. Take it elsewhere. I'm not a huge snake fan. They convinced / I don't know how much choice I had in that, begged even for said snake now that nobody will hold.
I grab him all the time. Every time I gotta feed him, I get him out.
Yeah, but I was right about it as far as the kids thought it was going to be, because when we go to we go to a reptile show every once in a while. It's like 30-45 minutes from here in Concord, North Carolina. And it's really cool because they have all these lizards, they have snakes, and they have some other really random animals there. And a lot of times people are standing there and they're holding whatever, geckos and chameleons and various snakes. And so they've gotten to hold some cool snakes that obviously have been handled frequently for their whole lives. And she bought a baby snake and we're like, okay, well, you got to hold it. You got to hold it like all the time. So that it can be like that. It can be a happy snake.
Oh, Kevin didn't see my new toy.
But that didn't happen.
I'm sorry. I'm coming back.
You're up for your metal lathe?
Kevin, you didn't see my new addition.
Wait, well, I'm going to go check on the kids.
Check it out.
And then John can wrap
this
up.
This goes onto the metal lathe carriage. Because it's got it goes onto there. Boop. And then I can use the carriage to drill instead of the tailstock spinning it.
Bye, Kevin.
Nice.
I'm trying to leave, but John's still talking. It is time to go.
All right. I'm looking for my wallet.
Want me to put these? Sure.
It's somewhere around here.
Oh.
I'll
go put these in my pin box for sanding.
I found it.
I am with you. Snakes have their space, their things that they do. They're They're super necessary for the environment. They do great things. They eat all the things that we don't want around. I'm a little scared of them personally. So that's just how I feel about snakes. He got that on eBay. He can tell you what it was called because I don't remember. Your thingy.
Yeah, it was eBay.
Take it.
I don't know what it was called though. Where'd the box go? Oh, here we go. Here's the box. It's called a tool post drill chuck. Said take care. Yeah, pretty cool. Now the reason I think it is more beneficial on a metal lathe is because the tailstock moving the quill forward, it takes a lot more rotations than on a wood lathe. But this in particular, I've been looking at one of these for quite a while. But yeah, pretty awesome. Anywho, Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me. You made my day. Lawrence, appreciate you hanging out with me. It was a long journey, and I appreciate you. Oliver, good seeing you. Who else stopped by? Oliver, Lawrence, Kevin, Sean. Yeah, I appreciate all y'all stopping by. Thank you. But yeah, pretty cool tool. Very happy about it. It was I think 125, 130, and it's all aluminum. And I used it towards the beginning. That's how I did all the drilling. So if you wanted to see it in action, I think the first like 20 or 30 minutes of this stream I spent getting it set up in there. So yeah, I'll try to get some pictures once she gets that all sanded and whatnot as well. So yes, indeed. All right. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you were I hope you enjoyed it, and use that to offset sand. Maybe. Yeah, I suppose you could. I wouldn't. But I guess. Well, it doesn't spin. It mounts on the on the carriage. But yeah. Yep. Let's see. I appreciate it. Y'all have a wonderful, safe weekend. Probably go live again tomorrow. Square a blank up. Kevin, have I not shown you by now you don't need to do that very often? I've shown quite a few different tricks to square them up, but anywho, I will see y'all next time.